Test, test. Committee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare recess at any time pursuant to Committee Rule 2, House Rule 11, Clause 2. The chairman may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote is ordered. I now recognize the gentlelady from Florida to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome back, everyone, to our third round of this markup. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. What was it? To the never-ending markup, the ranking member says. H.R. 7334, let's hope it ends today. The Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Commit Robbery Act for purpose of markup, and move that the committee reported favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7334.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for a second opening statement on this fine piece of legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you pointed out, I made the opening statement last week, but I just want to refresh memories that the bill arises from Secretary Mayorkas's infamous memo that instructs ICE not to necessarily remove illegal immigrants, even if they're required to be removed by existing law for criminal acts. And how that works is pretty simple. While more illegal aliens are entering the United States than ever before, ICE is removing far fewer criminal aliens from the United States than ever before. In fiscal year 2023, the Biden administration removed nearly 60% fewer criminal aliens with criminal convictions and criminal charges than the Trump administration did in fiscal 2019. Again, despite a 153% increase in illegal immigration. I just do not understand a world where that makes any sense. According to a staff report released by the committee just last month, the DHS's own data show that there are 618,000 aliens on ICE's non-detained docket who have criminal convictions or pending criminal charges, which means that more than 500,000 criminal aliens are in U.S. communities, free to reoffend and victimize still more Americans. The threats of Biden's policies are widespread. This bill takes a small stab at common sense. The Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Commit Robbery Act requires ICE to lodge detainers against illegal aliens who commit a robbery offense and mandates that such aliens be detained in ICE custody. In doing so, the bill conforms to existing law and mandates detention and has been upheld by the Supreme Court. By mandating the detention of illegal aliens who commit robbery, including those who are charged with or arrested for a robbery offense, this bill creates safer streets for every American and allows for such criminal aliens to be more quickly removed from the United States. I'd urge my colleagues to support this act, and I will back the balance of my time.
Chair now recognizes that the gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes ranking member, Mr. Nader, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will not repeat my opening remarks from last week when we first considered this bill, but let me make a few brief points. First, robbery is a serious offense, and those who commit such a crime, regardless of their nationality or immigration status, should be prosecuted under our laws. H.R. 7334, however, is an overly broad bill that would result in extremely harsh and unintended consequences without actually improving the immigration system. Instead, it is just another attempt to target and scapegoat migrants. Current law already generally provides that a non-citizen who is convicted of or who admits to committing serious robbery offenses would be subject to mandatory detention. But under this bill, any immigrant who is present in the United States without admission or parole and who is charged or even merely arrested for robbery would be subject to mandatory detention by the Department of Homeland Security. That is an extreme overreach. Think about a DACA recipient who was brought to this country as a baby and is now wrongfully arrested. Even though he is in a lawful status and committed no crime, he would now be subject to mandatory detention. Does that make our country any safer? Congress has never appropriated, and no administration has ever requested, sufficient resources to detain all non-citizens who fall under the mandatory detention categories, so broadening the scope of mandatory detention will only compound the problem. But setting that issue aside, this bill also violates our bedrock principles of fairness and due process, ensuring that people have their day in court. We must protect our communities from harm. But this overly broad and punitive legislation does more harm than good. Instead, we should work together to address behavior that actually puts our communities at risk. I urge members to oppose the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 73334.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purpose of amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California. Explain
The amendment is technical in nature and makes no substantive changes in the underlying bill.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Florida reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without
73334.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But before I talk about my amendment, I have to once again stress for anyone watching at home, what is happening in this Judiciary Committee is becoming a pattern and practice week after week after week, which is really the majority's effort to demonize immigrants as often as possible, to try to get Americans to come to be suspicious of immigrants, to loathe immigrants, to see immigrants as criminals. And I want to object to that repeated practice that we're seeing on judiciary. No doubt that we have a challenge and an opportunity in our country. The challenge is we have not created enough legal pathways, and so a large number of migrants are using the asylum system. But the opportunity that lies before us is that we should be reforming our outdated immigration laws, creating more legal pathways, because immigrants make America better and immigrants help grow our economy. Having said that, I do think it's always important to make sure that we have rule of law in our country. And I have to say, this bill is, as the ranking member said, overly broad. So my amendment seeks to try to address that. Under the current language of this legislation, any individual who entered without inspection, even if they later received deferred action for childhood arrivals or have DACA protections or temporary protected status, TPS, any individual who has those legal protections, who is merely arrested for or charged with any robbery offense, will be subjected to mandatory immigration detention. The bill does not have an exemption for someone who is arrested and then exonerated of a robbery offense. As such, even a longtime TPS or DACA recipient who is erroneously arrested for robbery and then released without charges could nevertheless be subjected to mandatory detention under this bill. This amendment would allow those folks some grace to ensure that longtime residents who have otherwise obeyed the laws, but for their manner of entering the United States, are not subject to mandatory detention under this law. Sadly, people are arrested for crimes they did not commit far more often than we would like to admit. Too often, those arrests are because someone has the same name as the alleged perpetrator, or they are misidentified, either by eyewitnesses or artificial intelligence. We see examples of this all the time. When discussing H.R. 6284, which we passed unanimously out of committee 2 weeks ago, Mr. Massey discussed the problems that communities of color in particular have with being punished for someone else's crime. He also discussed the need to ensure that there are no racial disparities in AI. Unfortunately, we've seen these problems come into play in the criminal justice space. The ranking member discussed some examples of people falsely arrested for robbery, but there are countless others. A man was arrested in New Jersey when a facial recognition system falsely identified him as someone who committed a robbery and tried to hit a police officer with his car when he made his escape. He spent 10 days in jail and $5,000 to defend himself, but it took 10 months for the case to be dismissed for lack of evidence. Now, if this individual was a DACA or TPS recipient, he would be subject to mandatory detention under this bill, even though he was wrongfully arrested and never committed a crime. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will accept this amendment so that we can fix this overly broad and punitive legislation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida withdraws his point of order. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would exempt anyone in DACA or who's been given temporary protected status from the provisions of this bill. Well, this administration has been granting TPS status at an unprecedented rate. It is one of the ways that the Democrats are circumventing our immigration laws and releasing illegal immigrants into our communities with little or no vetting. And I must once again take exception to this proclivity by some of the Democrats on this committee. They love to lump legal immigrants who've obeyed all of our laws and done everything our country's asked of them to do with illegal immigrants whose very first act entering our country is to commit a federal crime by illegally crossing the border. By their own actions, they demonstrate a contempt for our laws, and they demonstrate their willingness to violate those laws.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
No, I won't. I'm making a statement. The current mandatory detention provisions that we have in law provide no, that are already in law, provide no exceptions for DACA or TPS granted individuals. So this amendment would actually broaden the applicability of our immigration laws beyond the current law. I would also point out, in response to this notion that somehow this is a recurring theme, I'll tell you what the recurring theme is. The recurring theme is Americans being victimized by this mass illegal migration. On Tuesday, a migrant was arrested for allegedly beating up a 50-year-old man with a rock and attempting to steal his wallet on a Brooklyn street. He was arrested after police responded to a robbery in progress in Greenpoint, according to the NYPD. A couple of weeks ago, 4 Venezuela migrants who've been in Chicago for as little as 1 month, 3 of whom were on pretrial release for retail theft. They lured a man to the back of a CTA train car and choked him into unconsciousness during a vicious robbery. These are the recurring acts that we are seeing as a result of the Democrats' open borders policy, and the American people have had enough of it. I just hope that they're watching these proceedings today and realize how the Democrats have not only unleashed the worst illegal mass migration in recorded history, but have defended it every day in this committee for the last 3 years. And now we're seeing the results of it in our communities. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yield for a question now?
Sure.
Gentleman yields to the gentleman from New York.
Thank you. You make a point that I disagree with, but I'm not going to argue it. But I will ask you this. You say that we're being victimized by people who entered this country illegally and they have no right to be here and so forth. DACA recipients who may have come to this country at the age of 2 months old or 2 years old, did not commit any crime by coming here. Maybe their parents did by bringing them here, but it wasn't their fault. Would you accept an amendment if it were just to exempt DACA recipients?
Well, the problem is those DACA recipients are now grown-ups, and the first thing we ask of grown-ups in our society is to obey our laws, including our immigration laws. The fact that they've been violating those laws during their entire lifetimes does not excuse them from that. I would suggest that perhaps we should invite them to return to their home countries and apply for admission the way millions of legal immigrants do every year, who obey our laws and respect our country's sovereignty.
People who know only the United States and regard it as their home country because they've been here since they were 2 months old.
Granted, that is an exception. I would have to agree with you on that point. However, if we allow such exceptions we simply invite a new wave of illegal immigration, bringing new 2-month-olds into the country to acquire the same rights over time. That's the problem that we have in this discussion right now, Mr. Nadler. I mean, there are many of us who would like to address that issue that you raised, the 2-month-old who's brought into this country and has grown up here and knows no other. But we cannot address that until we have secured our borders and restored our immigration laws, because if we don't do that, we're simply inviting new waves, as this administration has over the past 3 years. So let us fix the problem, and then we can address the issue that you raise. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you'll agree with me, Mr. Chairman, if I say that I wish these hearings were dedicated to our FISA reforms bill, where we had so much bipartisan support, and yet we can't get that bill to the floor, even though it passed with such tremendous support in our committee. So I wish we were discussing that. But
The gentlelady yield just a second.
I would,
I
yeah.
mean, maybe that's what we should do. Maybe we should have another hearing on FISA, even though the bill's been out of the committee. It was 35-2. Maybe we'll have another hearing on
I
FISA
think
just to highlight.
that would be such a good use of our time, and I would really advocate for that over these hearings, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
I didn't
which,
mean in lieu of, I meant in addition to.
But I'm so glad that you're with me
Would
on
the
that.
gentlelady yield for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I just want to point out to Mr. McClintock that the government is not accepting new DACA applications, so no new two-year-old or 2-month-olds can enter under DACA. I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Thank you. I didn't want to miss the fact that, Mr. Jordan was definitely agreeing with me that we should spend our time on things like FISA reform. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a couple of comments. I want to, first of all, thank the gentlelady from Texas for her amendment. It is a smart, sane, humane amendment. It is absolutely the kind of thing that we should be doing, because frankly, this bill is overbroad, it is cruel. We had numerous discussions about this last week, so I'm not inclined to give my statement all over again. But Mr. McClintock had said that he would like to see us go back to our restored immigration system. But the fact is, our immigration system has not been adjusted, modernized for 30 years. So what exactly are we going back to when you talk about an immigration system that is so out of touch with the reality of where our country is, the workers that we need, the communities that need to be with their family members, the employers that are seeking to bring people in? There are so many ways in which we are working from numbers that are 30 years ago, even in terms of the population growth. And so I don't understand, if we want to secure the border, which we all want to do, if we want to make sure that our country has what we need to be humane, we have to fix the underlying system. Chaos at the border is related to chaos in our legal immigration system. If we could fix our legal immigration system so that we had enough immigration judges, so that we had enough asylum officers, but most of all, so that we actually had legal pathways so people could apply to come here, then I think we would be in a much better position. And as somebody who came here legally and waited 17 years to get my US citizenship and went through the process and multiple visas, I can say I don't actually think that many Republicans, I'm not impugning the motives of our immigration chair, but many Republicans did not want to encourage the legal immigration system. And I'll just give you one example. Here's an article from the Cato Institute, not necessarily a left-leaning institution, and the title is, "President Trump Reduced Legal Immigration. He did not reduce illegal immigration." Under Donald Trump, he actually decimated the legal system and took away the ability for people to be able to come into the country through application, through different pathways that we have, whether it's for employment, whether it's for refugee asylum, all of those things. He undermined the legal immigration system. And what President Joe Biden has done is tried to restore some options that are available to restore that legal immigration system. But let me just remind the committee of what I said last week, a point that I do think is important to remind people of. Under Donald Trump, undocumented migration, unlawful migration across the border from February 1st of the year that Donald Trump came into office to December of the year that Donald Trump left office went up by over 300%. So let's not pretend that it worked somehow magically with the cruel things that Donald Trump did and the harsh enforcement policies, whether it was Remain in Mexico, whether it was family separation. Let's not pretend that those did anything to actually address the deficits of a legal immigration system that has been broken and left in time. It's almost like captured in time, like a fossil from 30 years ago with numbers that don't even reflect the needs of our country. And so I hope that we can address this issue in a comprehensive way, and I hope all of our colleagues will vote for my colleague from Texas's amendment. I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment. I want to remind everybody what we're talking about is robbery.
Yeah.
If you commit a robbery, you're going to be detained. Doesn't matter whether you're DACA or not DACA. That's a serious crime. You're going to be detained. Now, when we hear stories like the ranking member was talking about, he said, what about the kid who was brought over when they're 2 months old? This is the only country they've known. Or 2 years old, or 12 years old, or 16 years and 6 months, or 17 years and 5 months. You cannot rationalize that away in that generic fashion, the way that the ranking member desires to. And then I want to point out to my colleague from Washington that the numbers that you referred to were almost all aggregated in 2019. And let's think about what happened in 2019. The policies that the Trump administration put in place had largely been enjoined by left-wing advocacy groups going to courts and having them enjoined. And what happened after they were enjoined? Ultimately, those injunctions were almost all universally set aside, and the courts upheld the legality and constitutionality of the Trump administration's efforts. And so what did you get? Well, in the Yuma sector, for instance, for the entire last year of Trump's administration, you had 8,600 encounters. 8,600 encounters for about 140 miles of linear miles of border. That went all the way, that sector goes all the way from Yuma and the border there all the way up to almost Las Vegas. That's considered the Yuma sector. 8,600 encounters. Do you know what Yuma gets now? About every 9 days they get 8,600 encounters. And you know what the Tucson sector gets? Well, since the last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you had 21,000 encounters across the entire southern border, more than 2,000 of those in the Tucson sector. And if you go to Lukeville, port of entry, you're going to see massive numbers virtually every day, usually 700 to 800. If you go to San Miguel Gate, which is on the Tohono O'odham Reservation, which has 62 linear miles of the border, you're going to also see about 600 to 1,000 people a day. That's what they're getting in the Tucson sector. And if you move over about 12 miles east of Sassabee, the Sassabee port of entry, you'll find a squatters camp sitting there on national forest land that some NGO without authority has come in, and they've basically denuded the trees from that forest and used those as firewood. There's no toilet facilities, so they've turned that, and they've dug a massive pit, and every day they're rolling 50 to 150 people through there, waiting for the CBP to come to pick them up and then take them to the soft-sided facility to process them and distribute them wherever they want to go in the country. The last point is, when you start talking about family separation, this administration, and this isn't me reporting this is the New York Times reporting this. Since the New York Times reported this, it's actually grown by about another 60,000 people. Initially, the New York Times reported that this administration has lost 85,000 plus children who came into this country illegally. They've lost, they don't even know where they are. That number now is in excess of 140,000 people. So when you talk about family separation, that's what this Biden administration has done. And you will see, if you go to these soft-sided facilities, all of you who talked about kids in cages and whatnot, go to the soft-sided facilities and see where they're having to try to keep these kids. Go to the hotels in places like Tucson. They don't have room for all the people at the soft-sided designated facilities, so they're renting hotels. Go there.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Happy to yield to a question.
Thank you.
That's twice I've yielded to you today, Mr. Nadler.
What?
That's twice today, brother.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
You said in an earlier part of your statement that if you commit a robbery, of course, you should go to jail.
No, I didn't say that.
You said
I said you should be detained.
you should be detained. Okay.
Right. That's what I said.
If you commit a robbery, you should be detained.
That's right.
But, fine. The difference is that if you're accused of committing a robbery, or rather, you're not even arrested, you're not detained automatically. It's up to the judge. Under the terms of this bill, if you're, let's say, a DACA recipient who came here at 2 years old, and you're accused of a robbery, even though you're not arrested, you're mandatorily detained.
So I guess I'm out of time here, but I'm happy to inform the ranking member that I don't think he quite understands what an arrest is in American criminal law. But I'll yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield to the gentlelady from Texas, Rep. Escobar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Just a couple things that I have to put out there in defense of my amendment. But first, before I get there, I think it is so important to acknowledge we all agree Congress should be doing, or at least those of us on this side of the aisle agree, Congress should be doing its job to address the increasing number of migrants arriving at our southern border. But the difference is that we are actually willing to work on solutions, whereas my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seek to obstruct those solutions. Just as a reminder for everyone, Congress has attempted to address our challenges at the border and also increase legal solutions multiple times over the last several years, actually 4 times in the last couple decades, 2006, 2014, 2018, 2024, this year. And what do all of those attempts share in common? Republicans derailed all of those efforts that would have both increased border security, but would have also opened up legal pathways. And in fact, the most recent effort, the effort this year by the Senate, a bill that was called by Republicans the toughest border bill ever, who obstructed that? It was Republicans who prevented that bill from coming to the House floor. They criticized it before the text was even out. And then they've gone on to misrepresent what was in the bill. And it really is remarkable. I am happy to work on solutions about the border every day of the week. I have filed a bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill that I welcome my colleagues to join, that both secures the border and opens up legal pathways. But to the point made about my amendment, I want to again say that people who admit to or are convicted of serious robbery offenses are already subjected to mandatory detention under our laws. So this bill doesn't change that. What this bill does is increase the scope of who could be subject to mandatory detention, and it would strip people of their due process protections before being subjected to mandatory immigration detention and potential deportation. detention. And even if it was proven that someone was arrested falsely, if they were a DACA recipient or a TPS recipient, they would still remain in mandatory detention. So this bill seeks to at least curb the incredible overreach and lack of due process for people. That should be a bare minimum in the United States of America. There should be no reason why anyone would oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I yield back.
I yield back. I'll yield to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Jayapal.
Washington.
Washington, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say that we have to correct some facts here. It is not true that Donald Trump's policies were enjoined in court. Remain in Mexico was in effect from January of 2019 until the end of Donald Trump's tenure. So those policies existed throughout. And I will just quote another article here, again from the Cato Institute, dated November 2nd, 2023. The title is, New Data Show Migrants Were More Likely to Be Released by Donald Trump than Joe Biden. So we just have to be clear that, frankly, every president, Republican and Democrat, has struggled because we have not passed comprehensive humane reform. And again, I want to make the point that when you have a legal immigration system that is so backlogged that people cannot even get their kids into the country before they turn 18, before they age into a different category, or you have employers who have people that they're ready to sponsor for jobs they need to fill, but you literally cannot get them in, or you have quotas for different kinds of workers in our country that are so outdated from 30 years ago, then the legal system is broken down. And what we have been saying for a very long time is we gotta make sure we fix the legal system, update it, modernize it, make sure it's got the resources to function properly, and then you will see that people use those legal pathways to actually get in. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I yield back.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I would yield my 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. So I want to talk about a couple things. Detention. The proposal of this amendment is tantamount, quite frankly, to cashless bail. That's really what this is about. And it's worked really well in places like New York, LA, San Francisco, Detroit, Philadelphia, or any other high crime jurisdiction, because that's really what's happening here. When the ranking member says it's up to a judge to determine whether someone's detained, actually it is initially and first determined by an officer whether you're going to issue a cite in lieu of detention, whether you're going to issue, whether you're going to actually take someone physically in custody, take them down to jail, and then the prosecutor's going to weigh in and determine whether they are going to take it to a grand jury, or they're going to do a long-form complaint. How are they going to actually process the arrest? And it is an arrest. What the underlying bill does, which is emasculated by the amendment, is it actually detains somebody who is in the country illegally. And it detains them and allows for essentially a hold on them until they have that issue resolved. Now, I will say this. When I'm told that Republicans are not wanting to solve this problem, I can't help but think of H.R. 2. H.R. 2, which has been sitting, languishing over in the Senate, which would solve a lot of the border issues that we have, border security issues that we have, but the Democrats chose not to vote for that. They don't like that. In fact, it was the Democrats who came out under this administration and said, we're not going to have a wall. They weren't going to have a wall till what? Till 85% of Americans said border security is a problem. Now, President Biden says, well, maybe we should build a wall. Secretary Mayorkas said, we're going to close the holes in the wall in the Yuma sector. He said we will get that done within 12 months. And why did he say that? It's because in those holes, that's where a massive amount of people were coming and flooding through every day illegally. But did he do that? No, he didn't close those. He said he would, but he never did. How about this one? This administration is killed the Remain in Mexico policy, the MPP program. And one of my colleagues just across the aisle just said, well, that was in effect in 2019, January 2019. It was not in effect in 2019. It had been proposed and was being implemented, and it took time to get it implemented. This administration, however, shut it down on day one. This administration has proceeded to shut down through massive uses of executive orders, anything and everything that might bring the border under control. So when my colleagues across the aisle say, we really want to we just like the Republicans want to bring this under control, Title VIII allows this administration to actually bring the border under control and close it if the president deems it necessary. Title VIII has never been changed. What has changed is the will to enforce the law, and this administration doesn't have that will. And I would just tell you, I do think it's interesting that the Cato Institute is referred to. Cato Institute is not a conservative organization. It is an open borders organization in part. That's their gig. And how do I know it? Because we've had Cato Institute here and in oversight committees sit there. They're not conservative, they're libertarians. Get a grip. And what does a true libertarian say? A true libertarian says, hey, no borders. That's what a libertarian says. And that's what they say. And I'd ask you to go watch the Libertarian Cato Institute's testimony in oversight. They were lots of fun, and they would confirm to you they were open border. And I'm pleased to see that my colleague across the aisle is consistently relying on an open borders organization because it's consistent with their position on let's not do anything to really secure the border. Let's go with that 5,000 a day with the exceptions that the Senate was putting out. That's what's laughable. Yield back.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to enter into the record this article that says Trump's claims of a migrant crime wave are not supported by national data. Ask unanimous consent to enter that into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you. And then I wanted to just read, because my colleague across the aisle cited all these cities, and how are things working out for these cities. And I just wanted to read from this, an NBC News review of available 2024 crime data from the cities targeted by Texas Operation Lone Star, which buses or flies migrants from the border to major cities in the interior, shows overall crime levels dropping in those cities that have received the most migrants. Overall crime is down year over year in Philadelphia, Chicago, Denver, New York, and Los Angeles. And so these are the same cities that my colleague across the aisle just named, and I just wanted to say that actually it's working pretty well. You asked how it was going pretty well in those cities in terms of crime reduction. But look, I want to go back to this point of making sure that we are talking about this in a way that is reflective of the challenges. You know, in the last hearing that we had on these bills, Mr. Massey on a different bill discussed the real concerns about racial disparities and the development of artificial intelligence and facial recognition tools, and we all agreed with that. And that same concern comes in here. In a particularly egregious case, a Detroit woman was arrested for robbery and carjacking after she was improperly identified by an automatic facial recognition search. At the time of her arrest, she was 8 months pregnant. The police handcuffed her in front of her crying daughters and fiancé and held her for 11 hours before she was released on a $100,000 bond. Prosecutors did not dismiss the case against her for another month. So I think we have to look at what happens when someone is arrested, charged, not convicted, has not gone through due process, but is subject to mandatory detention. And I think that is a huge overreach, and it causes enormous problems in terms of the data that is out there about how these arrests occur, particularly, you know, in a lot of circumstances, but certainly in terms of facial recognition tools is one example. So again, I would support the gentlelady's amendment, gentlelady from Texas's amendment, and ask that we restore some due process to the situation. I yield back to the gentleman.
And I'd like to yield additional time to the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you so much. Wanted to correct the record because, again, it's remarkable to me the lack of reverence for facts from the other side of the aisle. My colleague said the president eliminated Remain in Mexico on day one. No, not true. It actually remained in place for over a year. And the country of Mexico is absolutely unwilling to restart Remain in Mexico. And in fact, my Republican colleagues' landmark bill, H.R. 2, which they love to talk about, is fundamentally rooted in the false notion that Mexico will accept every single migrant that the country of the United States sends back to Mexico. Not going to happen, has never happened, won't happen. The other falsehood that the president could use Title VIII but does not, Title VIII is in place in El Paso, is used every day. Every single day, Border Patrol uses Title VIII in El Paso. But here's the additional, just what the public should be aware of. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle love to complain about what the president is not doing. Just remember, they refused to give the president the resources he asked for the Department of Homeland Security. They refused to fund the president's supplemental for the Department of Homeland Security. And they are trying to make deep cuts to the budget. So, you know, everything really needs to be fact-checked over and over and over again. I'm glad to do it. And finally, this issue of the 5,000 people per day in the Senate bill, it was not 5,000 people released into the country. It was 5,000 people apprehended. So just a little fact check. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
The problem with my colleague's debate is after these people are apprehended, they are paroled into the country. And so, yes, indeed, it's 5,000 people that we would allow to be apprehended, paroled throughout the United States, and that's where you are seeing this wave of migrant crime. That's where you are seeing jurisdictions like New York City think about their sanctuary status. I mean, I recall vividly a few things. I recall at the presidential debate when the question was asked, who would provide free health care to illegal aliens coming into the country? We all saw President Biden raise his hand. He was a candidate then, but that is a pull factor. When you tell desperate people that you're going to give them benefits and you're going to give them cash and you're going to give them shelter and you're going to give them food, I don't particularly blame the illegal aliens who are crossing the border to get those things. I blame the choices we've made in government to allow it. And the underlying legislation here at least says, I don't know if you're arrested for robbery, that there is detention and then there is deportation, that we don't have to invite all of the third world's prisons across our border into our nation and then allow the people in this country to be victims of that crime that occurs. I also vividly remember Secretary Mayorkas sitting right here in this committee room acknowledging that these people who are being paroled out into the country would indeed commit crimes. And the victims of those crimes have to be the collateral damage so that the Biden administration can allow the border to go unchecked, to go uncontrolled. And as we now try to create some deterrent to that illegal entry, it's interesting to hear my Democrat colleagues talk about just the need for more resources. Oh, if we just gave the Biden administration and Mr. Mayorkas more money, that would solve this problem. They are lawless in their use of the money they already have. They are taking what has already been authorized and appropriated it, and they have used it to disperse illegal aliens into these sanctuary jurisdictions all over the nation. And so giving them more money is sort of like saying if you have a busted fire hydrant, you can solve the problem with buckets. You indeed cannot. You have to shut off the flow. You have to shut off the flow of the people into this country. And this legislation has the very humble objective of ensuring that people who commit robbery do not stay here to do additional grave harm to our fellow Americans. I'll yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to actually submit a couple of articles. One is called Chicago City Council Votes Against Measure to Ask Voters About Sanctuary City Status. Now, why is that important?
Without objection.
Because, thank you. It's because what was Chicago's concern? What is their current mayor's concern? At issue is how to continue financing shelter and other essentials for more than 20,000 migrants that have arrived in the city in the last 14 months. That's illegal migrants. I think it's absolute, quote, here's a quote here. I think it's absolutely imperative we give voters the opportunity to have their view on this subject heard, especially when we're talking about spending $255 million this year alone to take care of 20,000 migrants, Lopez said. So it's not really working out real well for Chicago. In New York City, you got Mayor Adams, who's also beefed about the sanctuary city policy. But why is this? Is it just because of sanctuary city? No, it's not about the sanctuary city. And he goes through and he clarifies that. This is what it's about. It's about all of the illegal aliens who have come to New York City, and that they're trying to deal with that. So let's just read a little bit from this article. This is a New York City article, Mr. Chairman, from ABC News. I'd like to admit
Without
that.
objection.
Thank you. After a series of, quote, well-publicized crimes allegedly committed by migrants, Mayor Eric Adams appeared to support a modification of laws that make New York a sanctuary city. He said on Tuesday that migrants who commit serious crimes should be deported, and the city should be able to communicate with federal ICE agents. Quote, we should not be allowing people who are repeatedly committing crimes to remain here, and we cannot collaborate with ICE in the process, close quote. Another quote, if you commit a felony, a violent act, we should be able to turn you over to ICE and have you deported, close quote. That's not really working out real well for New York City and Chicago, is it? You got people committing serious crimes, and now we have people kind of implying robbery ain't that serious. Yeah. The implication of what you're saying is robbery's not that serious. We don't think you should be detained. We don't think you should be prosecuted in this sense. In fact, we want to do something that is tantamount. It is tacitly like, it is a metaphor. It is similar. It is almost exactly like the cashless bail system, which is not working out real well for New York and Chicago. That I'll yield back to the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to the amendment sponsor, the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ross. Did you all just hear that? Quote, Democrats don't think anyone who commits robbery should be detained or prosecuted. Did you ever hear anybody on this side of the aisle say that? No, you didn't. This is part of the problem. They say whatever they want. There's no respect for truth or facts. Going back to the issue of the Senate bill and that whole 5,000 person myth, one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and these are their excuses for not supporting what Republicans have called the toughest border bill in history, the claim was that the 5,000 people detained under the Senate bill would be paroled. No, they wouldn't. They would not. So this tells me either they did not read the Senate bill or they don't care about truth. In fact, when you read the bill actually ends, quote unquote, catch and release, which is a term that they use. So would highly recommend that folks on the other side of the aisle actually read the bills that they are railing against and stop making things up. Also, just fun fact, guess who used parole to great lengths? Their hero, former President Donald Trump. But back to the amendment and what we're talking about. I will again repeat for my colleagues, people who admit to or are convicted of serious robbery offenses are already subject to mandatory detention under our laws. Amen. This bill would not change that. What this bill does is increase the scope of who could be subject to mandatory detention and strip people of their due process protections. And remember, even if you've been falsely accused, even if there's evidence that someone else committed the crime you're accused of, under this bill, and you're an immigrant, you would still be detained in mandatory detention. This amendment simply seeks to put some guardrails into what is an incredibly overly broad bill. Interesting that they are fighting that. Thank you so much, Ms. Ross. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I think Americans need to wake up. The ranking member on the Immigration Subcommittee just told us this is all working out just fine. It's all working out just fine. I wonder how many Americans actually share this belief. I think perhaps we should put that to a vote. And fortunately, we will have that opportunity in a few months. Now, we were just told by the Democrats that, well, Donald Trump didn't reduce illegal immigration, only the options available to immigrants. Well, this is absolutely absurd. In fact, the Immigration Subcommittee was going to hold a hearing tomorrow in which we'll receive testimony from officials who've served both the Trump and Biden administrations about the explosion of illegal immigrants allowed into our country and what Biden did to produce this crisis. Donald Trump enforced our immigration laws. Though those laws require asylum claims to be vetted, under Biden, very few actually have credible fear interviews. Instead, they're simply admitted into the country. These laws require those who pass the credible fear test to be detained. Trump detained them or required them to wait in Mexico or a safe third country. Biden is ignoring that law and is releasing them into the country. Trump did everything he could to enforce our immigration laws. Biden has done everything he can not to enforce them. And without enforcement, we have no immigration laws. Without immigration laws, we have no borders. And without borders, we cease to be a country. And that is what is happening. And it's going to continue to happen as long as this administration remains in office. We're now talking about an illegal population, people who have no legal right to be here, deliberately released into our country in just 3 years. And between releases and gotaways, that population is now exceeding the size of the entire state of Missouri, our 18th largest state with 8 congressional districts. That's what's happened to our country in 3 years. An entire state of Missouri has been added to our population. But let's not lose sight of what this bill says. It says if you're here illegally, the law already requires you to be detained. The Democrats simply refuse to enforce that law. And this bill says if you're arrested for a robbery and here illegally, you really need to be detained. Let me repeat, the law already requires every illegal immigrant to be detained. This simply says if you're a robbery suspect, you're required to be detained. We have provisions of law right now, and they've had them for decades, that require mandatory detention for aliens accused of crimes such as those involving moral turpitude, for committing drug offenses. This bill simply adds robbery to these provisions. Now, the Democrats oppose this measure. I think that speaks for itself. They believe that our immigration laws should not be enforced, and those who are here illegally and who are arrested for robbery, they should still be on our streets. And we're watching across the country the effect of these policies. And I think the American people are finally getting enough of it and are starting to wake up to the danger that has been created. And I thank the gentleman for yielding and yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Any further members seek recognition? Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. I almost don't know what to say. So let's think of some of the statements that were made on the other side, supposedly factual statements. Our cities are safer now because our borders are open. That was one of the statements, basically, that we're safer now, that we have statistics, that the crime...
Would the gentleman yield?
I will not yield. I need my time.
Nobody said that, to be very clear.
I need my time. Yes, it was stated that the crime rate has gone down because of the open borders. Let's be serious in what was said. It did. We can review the recordings of it. Open borders don't make us safer. Your own FBI director, the FBI director said we're in a clear and present danger because we don't know all of the individuals who are coming into this country. And maybe crime rates can be adjusted too because we're letting people go the next day. We're changing because of very left-wing activists, prosecutors and attorneys generals. We're changing felonies to misdemeanors. But if we want to say that and we believe that, maybe we should speak to the family of Lincoln Riley, to her family, and what happened to her in Florida where she was beaten and murdered. Maybe we should speak to the Washington State Trooper over the weekend and his vehicle was crashed into by illegals and he was killed. And both of these had priors. They had committed acts before but were released. Maybe we should talk to the families of the NYPD officers that were beaten overwhelmingly because they had about a dozen illegals around them and they had no recourse. Maybe we should talk to the people in New York and in other cities whose school children are being removed from schools because their illegals are being temporary housing into where they are. Maybe we should talk to the people that live around tent cities that have cropped up across the country. Maybe we should talk to the people in my district where they were told that there might be as many as 60,000 illegals going into the Atlantic City airport because they didn't know what to do with them. Come on, we're denying common sense. Things have gotten worse.
Chairman, can we have order in the chamber?
Things have gotten worse. Everybody knows it. Every resident of this country, every citizen of the country feels it. Regardless of how much we talked about it, we can't make people believe that isn't something that isn't true. It is true. It is a problem. It's a real big problem. It's true that illegals were wearing Biden t-shirts at the border as soon as he got elected to be the president of the United States. It is true that Biden repealed all of the actions taken by President Trump and changed the entire dynamic at the border. We feel it, we see it, we hear it. America hears it, and regardless of how good you tell us it is, and how wonderful it all is, and how great it all is, people don't believe it. And the Senate bill, a few Republicans in the Senate said this bill was good. They couldn't even get the bill across the finish line because it was so bad, because it would use amnesty as a tool to allow these individuals to get into the country. And there was discussion that they would be giving apps on their phones so they knew where they were, or devices. Come on. It didn't have the stay in Mexico policy. And you know what? You know what would happen with a real president? You go to Mexico, you talk to them the way it happened in the past and say, if you don't straighten this out, because Mexico doesn't want them, because Mexico has borders, better borders than we do, you go to Mexico and say, they're gonna stay in Mexico, or you're gonna send them back, or you're gonna have some tariffs or taxes that you're not gonna believe. So we still do, in that Senate bill, in actual fundamental truth, would have catch and release. If we don't have Title 42 anymore, that was allowed to expire. We're not finishing building the wall anymore. That wasn't done. The Senate bill stunk. It wasn't good. Tell the people the truth. It was something to make us feel good, to pretend that we did something, but we didn't. That's why Republicans in the House of Representatives opposed it, and plenty of Senate Republicans did as well. So the bottom line is there's a real problem here, and we're trying to deal with it as best we can. Unfortunately, our president currently does not. He could put executive actions in place today and change all of it, but he will not. So here we are, trying to hobble together the best that we can in different pieces of legislation to try to stop the bleeding. Let's tell the truth. I yield back.
Expired. Any further members seek recognition? Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you so much. I'd like to yield my time to my colleague from Texas to oppose all of these alternative facts that we continue to hear. And I think the real problem that's posed right here today is that my Republican colleagues continue to give misinformation. And I'd really love to hear from our colleague from Texas who lives there daily, who has been engaged in this fight ever since we've been in Congress. And she is highly respected and revered for understanding the true depth of what's happening at the border. And I think that we need to once again let her be given the time and effort to dispel the alternative facts, and I yield to.
Thank you, Ms. McBath. You know, we have members of the audience sitting in this hearing, and I hope you're seeing what is actually unfolding here before you. We had a Republican colleague just now claim that on this side of the aisle, we said that well, I can't remember exactly what it was, but basically that we said things are safer because of an open border. I don't think you've heard any single one of us, especially during this hearing, say at any time the word open border. Never said that. We could rewind the tape and you would not hear that. But that's part of the challenge that we face today. And it's part of the challenge really that we face in this Congress. There are serious people wanting to solve some of our serious challenges. It is very hard when there are folks on the other side of the aisle who refuse to even tell the truth. Going back again, I can't believe I keep having to fact check on the Senate bill, but I think it's important because it provides an example of the lengths that some will go to basically deny the truth. The Senate bill, again, which was called one of the harshest border bills in history, not by Democrats, it was Republicans who called this Senate border bill the toughest bill on the border ever. One of our colleagues just said that it created amnesty. No, I mean, that's part of why you heard us laughing. No, like, it couldn't even be further from the truth. In fact, many Democrats were upset because it offered no legal pathways. It was all enforcement. The other thing that my colleague on the other side of the aisle said was the Senate bill failed because it was bad. They started criticizing it before the text was out, before the text was even published. And they did it because former President Donald Trump told them to. So they followed orders and they were loyalists because Donald Trump said, I want the problem, not a solution. And they said, okay, we're with you. And week after week, we hear lie after lie after lie. Hard to solve big challenges when that's the way that Congress works for half of the Congress. I'm going to yield back to Ms. McBath, and hopefully there's some time for my colleague.
I yield the rest of my time to my colleague, Pramila Jayapal.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the case, rewind the tape here. One of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said, cashless bail is the reason all these cities have so much crime, and then read through a list of cities and said, how did that all go for you? So I responded to that question. It had nothing to do with open borders. I talked about the cities that he mentioned and said, actually, crime is lower in those cities. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record another article called Migrant Crime Wave Not Supported by Data Despite High-Profile Cases.
Without objection.
Thank you. And then I would just like to say that my colleague from Mr. McClintock said, actually made the case that I think is important to the detail of the bill, the policy of the bill, which is that the Immigration and Nationality Act has impossible requirements that no administration has ever been able to meet. No Congress has ever appropriated sufficient funds to detain everyone listed in the current mandatory detention categories. And my colleague said there are all these other categories, and robbery is part of them. Convictions with robbery is part of them. And despite that, my Republican colleagues want to expand mandatory detention for those who are only arrested or charged. And so it makes absolutely no sense when we're already not able to detain people. That's under Donald Trump, it's under Joe Biden, it's under whatever Republican or Democratic president is in place. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. What we're not talking about and what the President of the United States tomorrow night in the House chamber will not talk about is Laken Riley or Kayla Hamilton or Aiden Clark or Elizabeth Medina, a Texan I would note, or Jeremy Pau Caceres, forgive if that's not the correct pronunciation, who was a 2-year-old who was killed right here in Montgomery County, Maryland, just outside of the District of Columbia. My colleagues will not be talking about these individuals. The President of the United States will not be talking about these individuals. We have the former press secretary of the White House under President Biden, who's on MSNBC with a bunch of, I'll just call them left-leaning journalists, mocking and laughing at the Commonwealth of Virginia for their concern about the impacts of illegal aliens on their communities. The reality is there are significant concerns and the impacts of illegal aliens on the communities that we represent. That's the truth. My Democratic colleagues don't want to talk about that. They want to hide behind a Senate bill that had no chance, zero, of passage, was purposely constructed to give cover for those who know full well, because the American people are very clearly seeing it with their eyes, that this administration is purposely failing to secure the border of the United States. With Democrats like Mark Elias, who is out there doing what? Challenging laws in Arizona to make it not possible for those who are here illegally to vote. Now, why would he do that? Why do you suppose he would do that? I don't know. Got some thoughts on that. I think it's pretty self-evident. The fact is, what we have here is a bill in the Senate that would not have addressed the parole issue, would not have addressed catch and release, and in fact would have codified catch and release, not actually dealt with the issues that are problematic under the Flores settlement, which was what we used to talk about when we talked about catch and release. Now catch and release is just basically another way of saying mass releases. We would have exempted UACs under the Senate bill. The fact is they would have alternatives to detention under the catch and release program, which would have been codified, which basically means you're just codifying releases. We all know that. We all knew that when my colleague says, oh, well, you were against the bill before it got released. Because I don't know, we can actually capable of talking to our colleagues on the other side of the building, know what was going to be in the bill, and then oppose what we knew what was coming out. Just like I could oppose the appropriations bills before the final product is done, because I don't know, I've been in this godforsaken town long enough to know that I'm going to get a bill that, as the bill we're voting on this week, busts the caps, spends more money, increases interest, increases spending, doesn't actually make any of the policy changes we promised. That's the town. You can actually oppose it beforehand with almost 100% degree certainty when you know exactly what's coming out through the system. And the system in this bill, which was very clear from all the signals being sent by the usual suspects, including the Chamber of Commerce Republicans, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are alluding to, who were praising the bill, the same Republicans who have been complicit for several decades in allowing a border situation to get to the situation where we have thousands of Texans who are getting impacted by what's actually happening. The ranchers who find dead bodies, who find migrants sitting along the Rio Grande, they're all sitting there, they're calling me today, dealing with those bodies as we speak. The Texas reality of 299,000 over the last roughly decade, people incarcerated in Texas jails, classified as illegal aliens. Of those numbers, there were 719,000 criminal offenses. 719,000 criminal offenses in the state of Texas. 732 homicides, 34,569 assaults, 10,198 burglaries, 40,963 drug-related crimes, 462 kidnappings, 26,991 thefts, 26,991 obstruction of police, 2,759 robberies, 4,483 sexual assaults, 5,003 sexual offenses, and 4,167 weapon convictions. That's not trivial. Those are real crimes throughout the state of Texas that people are dealing with. All of those were documented under the statistics in Texas for DPS as the crimes committed by illegal aliens in the state of Texas. And those numbers have done nothing but go up under this administration. The legislation before us attempts to address one aspect of that, robbery and those kind of related crimes, not unlike the bill that we have on the floor, the Lake and Riley Act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for purpose. Gentleman from California, seek recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Have you all lost your minds? You are talking about a bill that your side wrote. This was your bill. James Lankford is the second most conservative member of the Senate. The second most conservative member of the Senate. This is your guy. He wrote the bill. He wrote the toughest border security bill that has come out of the Senate. And President Biden engaged with him, with other Democrats, to find a solution. Because they're in the solutions business. And you're in the chaos business. So let me bring everybody back to reality and give you a little history lesson. The reason you oppose the bill is not because you have any policy issues with it. It addresses everything that you've been talking about for the last couple of years. Because all I have heard from any of you is noun, verb, border. Noun, verb, border. That's all you know. And then you get a border bill from the second most conservative member of the Senate, and let me tell you why you oppose it. You oppose it because Donald Trump opposes it. That's it. That is the simplest explanation. Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the correct one. Donald Trump opposes it because Donald Trump wants to be president, because Donald Trump has 91 felony counts that he's facing, and the only way that those go away and he is not held accountable is if he's president. And if the noun, verb, border plan is no longer working and he can't use that as an issue, then he may not be president. So he says, I don't support this. I want the issue, not the solution. And so you all, God, I don't know what it feels like to be so helpless to have to follow somebody like Donald Trump. Follow Donald Trump. And it's fine. I get it. You must see yourselves as so very tiny and so very small when you look at Donald Trump. And he's so big that he looms so large over you that you would do anything that he says to support him. But that is the reality. This is not a policy dispute. Donald Trump wants the border issue, and so you're going to go along with Donald Trump. That's it. Welcome back to reality. And I yield to Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Swalwell. Again, speaking to folks watching at home and speaking to those of you in the audience, I said at the very top of this hearing, we would love to address the challenges we face. I represent a wonderful border community of goodwill that would like to see Congress act, would like to see Congress actually come forward with solutions. I've introduced a bipartisan solution that no one on this dais is remotely interested in. Fine. So what do they do instead? Again, they demand border security. The Senate delivers. And in fact, most Democrats were saying, oh my God, that bill gives Democrats no wins. It's everything Republicans have asked for. But as Mr. Swalwell mentioned, Donald Trump told them, don't touch it, so they make things up about it. But really, to today's point, what everyone has witnessed, what my Republican colleagues are trying to do, not address some of the big challenges we face, instead, again, use a hearing, use a markup to demonize immigrants. All right, we're gonna talk about robbery and immigrants. All right, a wild expansion of who can be detained. All of this time, we've been debating an amendment to try to create guardrails so that it's not this absolute dismissal of due process. Have you heard any of them debate the amendment? No, they're not even remotely interested. They stick to their talking points, which is demonize immigrants, demonize the border, and actually don't try to solve anything in any meaningful way. That is why Congress is broken. Thank you so much, Mr. Swalwell. I yield back.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas, who just won yesterday. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I thought you were going to give me a day.
Yeah.
But thank you. And thank you, Ranking Member Nadler, for this morning. Let me rise to support the gentlelady from Texas amendment, because sometimes DACA status and TPS status are the only things our immigrants who are desperately trying to seek a legal status or a full, complete legal status, that's all they have. And if anybody wants to know, I'm in love with DACA. We fought for the early years to help those thousands that we found and discovered across America that have been brought into this country through no fault of their own. That is the language we designed, by their families as infants, as toddlers, as 5-year-olds, as children. And then they have, most DACA you will find, have sought higher education. They are professionals. They have been firefighters, police officers, paramedics, because they're allowed. I know there was a period of time during the midst of the Iraq War and the Afghan War that individuals who had a, how should I say, a temporary status were entering the United States military in combat. Those individuals were hoping that their family members, even if they did not survive, would be able to gain the ability to stay in this country. To have this law apply to those who seek status, we're not saying if you are a robber and you have robbed that you are not going through the judicial system, convicted, and that you do whatever is done to any one of us who is a proven robber. But it does not make sense to categorize the DACA, categorize the TPS, people who are seeking status, and have them to be detained because they're arrested, they're charged, and they're not convicted. Excuse my voice is certainly raspy. I will say that my soul is certainly still very strong. And so I am aghast that we have come to this point and that we're doing this piecemeal. The gentlelady from Texas is just trying to give relief to people that we see every day in our constituency, the kind of relief that would have gone about if we had voted on the compromise proposal or debated it at least, or gone to the floor. I want to pay tribute to the senator from Oklahoma who has been literally banned. He served with us in the House, one of the most conservative members of the Senate, who put forward a compromise that would have answered the questions that this piecemeal legislation seems to try and do. None of us are arguing for the freedom of a broken criminal justice system or the freedom of those who have done wrong. And that's how you want to paint us. There's that liberal lefties over here wanting to take the key of the jailhouse and throw everybody out. That is not true. Our families are victims of crime, but I always tell my constituents, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can fight for law enforcement. We're not defund queens that people wish to describe us, and those who seek to be fair with funding issues, but we believe in criminal justice reform. And so, likewise, on immigration, we're not here to promote, throw the key away, but I've seen the DACA family members. I've seen the TPS status members, and they are joyous members of this community, and you are punishing them by categorizing them. They too can be detained by simply being arrested, maybe charged, and not convicted. And that is simply to feed to the hysteria, the fear, the stigma, and the campaign promise of running on this issue in November. My friends are on the other side of the aisle. The chairman is my friend. Let's do a better job and really focus on comprehensive immigration reform. I support the gentlelady's amendment because it is a decent thing to do. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say yes. Aye. Or aye, excuse me. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The ranking member requesting roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Mr. Kiley, you're not recorded. Mr. Kiley votes no.
Waiting.
I think we just reported. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Votes have been called. I believe we have, the gentlelady has an amendment? Yeah, and then I do want to try to get these 2 bills done. So let's let the gentlelady from.
Just a point of order, Chairman.
Yeah.
Was there a quorum on that last vote?
Yes. That's to report. Any other action is third.
For the final passage, we would need a few more people. But we were fine on the amendment. We clarified. We had a question there. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized. She has an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without
7334.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Arizona has a point of order. Reserves a point of order. Excuse me. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized. I think we'll get this introduced and then maybe go to the floor to vote. But gentlelady is
Thank you
recognized.
very much. The Jackson-Lee amendment would require that an individual be convicted of, or at the very least admit to committing a robbery offense, to be subjected to mandatory detention. My friends on the other side of the aisle and to the author of the bill, that is just simple human decency. Human decency that in this instance, a DACA person, a TPS, a person who is working and then gets caught in the throngs of the criminal justice system that may be inaccurate. Specifically, this amendment strikes the following language: is charged with, is arrested for. And so you're just charged, you're just arrested. So that an arrest or a charge for a robbery offense is not sufficient to subject an immigrant to mandatory detention. They will be subjected to the whim of the, or the will of the court if there is a particular dangerous situation involved, but simply to be an immigrant and to be held in mandatory detention and you're not convicted and you're just arrested or charged. This bill is a solution in search of a problem. It is so broadly drafted, however, that people who have committed no crime or wrongdoing could be subject to mandatory detention. We're not talking about convicted criminals or even indicted individuals. And remember, the values of this nation is that we're all innocent until proven guilty. And I know there's a narrative to try and characterize those who are immigrants, and we fail to remember that this country was built on immigrants coming to this country. Many of our families were immigrants or generations before us. And we would wonder if they would be treated this way. The early European immigrants that would come, that simply because they're immigrant, they would be subject to mandatory detention because they're charged or arrested. We're talking about people that have simply been charged or arrested on suspicion of having committed a crime. As it stands, this bill would subject those individuals to mandatory detention. This is unacceptable. Let me give you an example and submit into the record from CBS News. This grandfather was asked unanimous consent to submit into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Objection.
A 61-year-old grandfather suing Sunglass Hut's parent company after the store's facial recognition technology mistakenly identified him as a robber. Harvey Eugene Murphy, Jr. was subsequently held in jail where he says he was sexually assaulted, according to the lawsuit. The January 2022 robbery took place at Sunglass Hut store in Houston, Texas, when two gun-wielding robbers stole thousands of dollars in cash. It was not him. Houston police identified Murphy as a suspect, even though he was living in California at the time. When Murphy returned to Texas to renew his driver's license, he was arrested, held in jail, where he says he was sexually assaulted by 3 men in a bathroom. He says he suffered lifelong injuries. This can actually happen. And as it relates to our immigrants, this can happen. They can be all ages. And so I'd ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee Amendment because we are innocent until proven guilty, and to find a way to solve the immigration problem by working on comprehensive immigration reform, as I've done over the years. I ask support of the Jackson Lee Amendment. I reserve, as I do that, let me just take just a moment, Mr. Chairman, just a moment. And that is, and I want to thank the ranking member. This morning, there was a hearing, open statement for the hearing, a voice for the voiceless, and that was a hearing before the Subcommittee on Crime, of which I'm the ranking member. And I want to ask unanimous consent to submit my statement, Mr. Chairman, into the record.
Objection.
And then I want to say that I am, if you will, a longstanding voice for the voiceless, particularly those who've been exploited, and this happened to be online. And you all of you know this bipartisan legislation that I have, and I'm going to count on the good faith of the chairman that he's going to see H.R. 30, which is the bill to stop human trafficking at schools that deals with online as well. He's going to help me get this bill marked up very, very soon. So I ask my colleagues to support the underlying amendment and also to accept my plea for trying to get this H.R. 30 before this committee. I yield back.
We're looking at that. The gentleman from Arizona withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from California is recognized, and then I believe we'll have to break.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman just described with great accuracy the individual who stands accused of killing Laken Riley, charged with robbery and released. The fact is the Supreme Court has recognized, among other cases, DeMoore v. Kim, that Congress, in its authority over naturalization law, makes rules that are specific to immigrants in its broad power over naturalization and immigration that would simply not be acceptable or applicable to citizens. And thus the court has consistently upheld Section 236 detentions. In 2019, when given the opportunity to limit the detention mandates under Section 236, the Supreme Court rejected that argument and upheld such detention measures. And let me again repeat, these are detention measures that are already in current law for a wide variety of offenses, including drug-related offenses and crimes of moral turpitude. This simply adds robbery to that list. Even so, an alien can request that an immigration judge review whether the alien is properly included in mandatory detention. So the Democrats' arguments are simply meritless. You know, keep in mind who we're talking about. Illegal aliens who cross the border illegally and have no right to be in the United States in the first place, including those the Biden administration has released into the country. This simply says that they're accused of robbery. In addition to the law already requiring their detention, the law now really requires their detention. So the continued obstinacy of the Democrats on this point leads me to only one conclusion. They like what's going on in this country today because of the administration's refusal to enforce our immigration laws, and they don't care about the victims who we're now reading about every day with increasing frequency, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Yield?
The gentleman yielded back. We got 5 minutes left in the vote, so I'm going to recess the committee. We will come back, take up this amendment, and then final passage on the legislation. And then we have one other bill, and we'll try to get through that as quickly as we can this afternoon. With that, we're in, committee stands in recess. Committee will come to order. When we recessed, the pending business was the amendment from the gentlelady from Texas. We might vote on that, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right with you.
Yeah. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, question occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. I do think the noes have it.
Roll call vote.
Gentleman's asked for roll call vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Nope.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee, you're not recorded. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Biggs, you're not recorded. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee, you were recorded as yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 6 ayes and 9 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
Roll.
Oh, there's the ANS?
It's A&S. Let me just get to the. I want to read it exactly. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the ayes have it, and the amendment in nature substitute is adopted. A reporting quorum being present, the question is now on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa? Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Schiff? Mr. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Johnson, you are not recorded. Mr. Johnson votes no. Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Kiley, you're not recorded. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee, you're recorded as no. Ms. Dean, you're not recorded. Ms. Dean votes no. Mr. Fryer, you're not recorded. Mr. Fryer votes yes.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 10 noes.
Over here. The ayes have it. The bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 7343, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7343 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide for the detention of certain.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bill, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act, sends a simple but a clear message. If an illegal alien dares to assault our law enforcement officers, they will be detained and they will be deported. This is because actions have consequences. That seems like a pretty common sense life lesson that most of us learn at a very early age. A lesson President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas never learned and seem to have even forgotten the little they knew. Since President Biden has taken office, millions of illegal immigrants have been released into our country. We don't even know who many of these people are, where they're going, what they're doing, what their intentions are. It's a reckless policy, and it's dangerous, and it's had very real consequences, particularly for American law enforcement. November 2022, the FBI arrested 2 illegal aliens for attacking a U.S. Border Patrol agent. March 2023, another illegal alien violently assaulted a U.S. Border Patrol agent while being taken into custody, injuring the agent's face and the agent's arms. Then, on January 27th of this year, America watched in absolute disgust as more than a dozen migrants were caught on camera ruthlessly beating up 2 NYPD officers near Times Square. It's all fact. You can't deny it. And what has become even more disgusting than the attack itself is the response to this assault. We've seen even more recently, just over the weekend, the state of Washington, illegals purposely crashed into a state trooper and killed him. Thanks to New York's far-left's soft on crime policies, many of these attackers were freed without bail, and some even bussed off to California at taxpayers' expense. That's what I call actions without consequences. That's Joe Biden's America. And the longer he and his administration go without taking action and holding these bad actors accountable, the longer he too is giving Americans, his constituents, the middle finger. That's why I introduced this bill, and I hope to see it pass. And I hope every single member of this committee would at least support this bill's passage. The bill requires the DHS secretary to issue a detainer for illegal aliens who are charged with, arrested for, convicted of, or admit to assaulting a law enforcement officer. It also requires the DHS to quickly take custody of the alien if the alien is not already detained. By requiring mandatory detention for illegal aliens who assault cops, this bill not only prevents those dangerous criminal aliens from being loose on our American streets, but also speeds up the process to remove them from the United States of America entirely. The time for standing idly by must end. We cannot stand by as the fabric of our society devolves into violence and lawlessness. This bill isn't just a common sense solution to removing illegals from our streets and out of the country. It's more. It's much more. It's a call to action and a demand for accountability to those that break our American laws. And it is a reminder that those that do will face the consequences as they should. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Nadler, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let's be clear. Assaulting a law enforcement officer is a serious offense, and it cannot be tolerated in the United States. Unfortunately, the bill before us today is another solution in search of a problem. This bill, along with the others being considered today in committee and tomorrow on the floor, is just an attempt by our Republican majority to target and scapegoat immigrants, to exploit a tragic news story, and to score cheap political points in an election year while doing nothing to address the situation at the border. The legislation before us today would subject any undocumented immigrants arrested, charged, convicted, or who admit to committing the act of assault on law enforcement to mandatory detention by the Department of Homeland Security. Under this bill, someone who is arrested, who has never even been charged with a crime, is now going to be subject to mandatory immigration detention. This bill is so broad and over-inclusive that it would lead to truly absurd results, including the detention and removal of people who had no intention of ever harming a law enforcement officer. When my Republican colleagues first attempted to mark up this bill over 3 weeks ago, it was clearly in response to the assault on law enforcement officers in Times Square late last month by some recently arrived migrants from Venezuela. This incident sparked outrage across the country, but our colleagues directed much of their ire on one particular individual who flipped off TV cameras as he left his arraignment. This image was plastered all over Fox News and was promoted by former President Trump as a symbol of everything that is wrong with the Biden administration's approach to immigration. There is only one problem. As it turns out, that specific individual, who everyone was so quick to demonize and attack, had the charges dropped against him late last week. Despite being arrested and initially charged, he was not even there when this crime occurred. This is exactly why the bill we are marking up today is so wrong-headed. Under this bill, even though this man was cleared, he still would have been subject to mandatory detention. That is not how our system is supposed to work. I do want to be very clear, even though the details of this altercation are still murky. Assaulting anyone, including law enforcement officers, is not acceptable, and those responsible should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, with both criminal and immigration consequences. But we should not be changing entire sections of federal immigration law to address one specific incident, especially when key details appear no longer even to be true. It's also important to note that under current law, people who are convicted of or who admit to committing the act of a serious assault on law enforcement officials are already subject to mandatory detention under our laws. This bill would not change that fact. Around the country, serious assaults on law enforcement officers are considered felonies under state law. Felony convictions are punishable by 1 or more years in prison. And under current immigration law, being convicted of or admitting to committing a, quote, crime involving moral turpitude, unquote, where the crime is punishable by imprisonment of a year or more, already results in an individual being subject to mandatory detention. However, this legislation attempts to significantly expand the scope of conduct that would make someone subject to mandatory detention. This bill just creates an unfunded mandate and will be one more law that no Department of Homeland Security can possibly meet. Congress has never appropriated, and no administration has ever requested, sufficient resources to detain all non-citizens who fall under the mandatory detention categories. Even former President Trump never tried to detain all migrants subject to mandatory detention. The Department of Homeland Security's data shows over 500,000 releases at the U.S.-Mexico border under the Trump administration, and over 1.1 million people who crossed during the 4 years of that administration eventually being released from custody. Under this bill, committing crimes at a very low level in nature, or even committing no crime at all, can result in a DACA recipient or an individual with temporary protected status, someone who may have been in this country for decades, being subject to mandatory detention. That is not a reasonable or sensible policy choice, and this is not where we should be focusing our limited enforcement resources. I have no problem with detaining and removing people who are true public safety threats, but under this bill, you are guilty until proven innocent. and even your innocence won't prevent you from being subject to mandatory immigration detention. Is this really what the majority is looking to accomplish? Does that make our country stronger or more secure? If we cannot fix this bill by amendment, I must urge opposition. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Chair recognizes now the gentleman from New Jersey for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7343 offered by Mr. Van
Okay,
Drew.
without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey to explain his amendment.
This amendment, Mr. Chairman, makes small technical changes on page 2. It does not change the substance or structure of the bill.
Who seeks recognition?
I yield back.
Gentlelady from Washington.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Gentleman from California reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of the amendment will, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered, just be considered as read. There we go. You're recognized for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, today appears to be more of the same. You know we're in an election year because the majority rolls out bill after bill that attempts to scapegoat immigrants, attempts to score cheap political points on bills that are going nowhere in the Senate, just like the bills that we marked up last month, or the assault on law enforcement bill that passed 9 months ago for Police Week 2023. Today's bill is no different. Another bill that is going nowhere fast, which will do nothing to actually fix the broken immigration system. That being said, my amendment is truly a good faith attempt to work with some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to cure some of the ridiculous consequences of this bill. Last month, the majority was looking to deport immigrants without requiring a conviction. This month, they want to detain immigrants who are not even charged with a crime. As the ranking member discussed in his opening statement, the entire impetus for this bill was an incident in New York City where a large group of immigrants were arrested and charged, some of them wrongfully. That incident took place over a month ago, and the charges against those who were innocent were just dropped. So again, my Republican colleagues' legislation would have led to the wrongful detention of an individual for at least a month, if not longer. No one on this committee condones assaults against law enforcement officers. However, as drafted, this bill goes well beyond attacks on law enforcement and includes people who may have never even committed a crime. The bill is an assault on the basic due process rights. Let's remember, being convicted of or admitting to serious assaults on law enforcement are already offenses that make someone subject to mandatory detention under current law. My amendment is simple. It would remove the ability to subject people to mandatory detention for merely being arrested or charged with assault of law enforcement. Unfortunately, there are countless examples as to why this is necessary. For example, it's quite common during a demonstration or a protest for law enforcement to arrest groups of people when a single protester becomes unruly with law enforcement. If an individual at temporary protected status or DACA were initially arrested and then soon released without charges, they would still be subject to mandatory detention, even though they've done nothing wrong. People deserve to have a fair day in court, and they are innocent until proven guilty. That seems to be something that the majority has forgotten or doesn't seem to care about unless the alleged criminal is the former president of the United States. Further, immigration detention is not supposed to be a backstop for the criminal system. It is a universally accepted fact that immigration detention is supposed to be a civil, non-punitive function. According to ICE, quote, detention is solely for the purpose of either awaiting the resolution of an individual's immigration case or to carry out a removal order. ICE does not detain for punitive reasons, end quote. Today, the Biden administration is detaining nearly 39,000 people. This is 5,000 more people than Congress has funded ICE for, and put another way, we're already overusing detention. Adding new mandatory detention requirements for potentially low-level crimes is not something that ICE should be using its resources on. On top of this, another unintended consequence of the bill is that once ICE takes custody of the individual, they will not be transferred back to have their day in criminal court. So that's right, just think about the absurdity of this legislation. An individual is arrested and then released on bond. ICE picks the person up, places them in immigration detention, and initiates removal proceedings. Later, the person is charged with a crime, but because ICE has already begun removal proceedings, they are not going to be transferred back to the state or locality. And that means not only will the person arrested or charged not get their day in court, but it will lead to a lack of justice for the victims involved. That simply cannot be what the majority intended by this legislation, so I hope my colleagues are willing to work with us on it, on the legislation, and unfortunately, without my amendment, the bill before us has significant unintended consequences, and I cannot support it. I urge my colleagues to accept my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized. Withdraws a point of order.
Yes, I withdraw the point of order.
Yeah, the gentleman from, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's see how it worked. Let's see how it works doing it the other way, where they're not arrested and they're not detained. How did it work for Lincoln Riley when somebody who had previously committed a crime was released? She lost her life. How did it work for the police officers in the NYPD when they were beaten savagely by people who had already been arrested? How did it work for the Washington State Trooper who was murdered, who was killed by an illegal? He died, he lost his life. How did it work? And as far as due process, I mean, let's be clear that the Supreme Court has spoken about this. In 2018, when given the opportunity to interpret the detention mandates under Section 236 of the Immigration and Nationality Act to apply for merely 6 months, the Supreme Court rejected that argument and held up Section 236. Jennings versus Rodriguez, 2018. When given the opportunity to interpret the statute to require periodic bonding issues, the Supreme Court rejected that argument and held up Section 236, also in Jennings versus Rodriguez. In 2019, when again given the opportunity to limit the detention mandates under Section 236, the Supreme Court rejected that argument and upheld Section 236 detention. Despite being given multiple opportunities to curtail, strike down, or limit the scope of detention under 236, the Supreme Court has refused to do so. But regardless, an illegal alien can request that an immigration judge review whether the alien is properly included in mandatory detention. They will get their due process, but maybe more people like Lincoln Riley and the Washington State Trooper won't die. Maybe the police officers and future ones in the NYPD won't be savagely beaten. I think this speaks for itself. And one other issue that was brought up. We keep talking about illegal immigration. The individual who gave the finger when he was released. Forget about whether he committed another crime at this point. Think about our legal immigrants, how hard they work, the legal ones, how much they cherish the United States of America, how proud they are to swear their oath to this country, how much they give back to the United States of America. These are good people. They don't flip the middle finger. Imagine what would happen if you went to any other country, snuck in, and then when they tried to detain you or do something, because you already broke the law, ladies and gentlemen, the law was broken in that act alone, and your answer is to give the middle finger to the United States of America. Boy, that's a lot different than our legal immigrants. I guess I've said enough, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we got to act as fact checker. And I jotted down the quote by my colleague on the other side of the aisle when he asked, quote, how would it work if they were not arrested? Almost trying to make it sound as though our side doesn't want people accused of a crime arrested. No one said that. That was never said on this side, ever. The only thing that my colleague, Ms. Jayapal, mentioned was the need for due process. And I want to say I'm so grateful for her amendment, so grateful to have the opportunity to try to put some guardrails on a bill that wants to eliminate due process. And mind you, I think we all agree, I can say we all agree, there should be consequences to assaulting police officers. We respect law enforcement. We need law enforcement. Unfortunately, today we all voted on an appropriations bill that only got to the floor because Republicans got what they wanted, which was to defund law enforcement. Our bill today made serious cuts to the FBI. But that aside, this amendment is an important guardrail around broad, expansive language, which we've seen all day on these bills. No one wants to try to protect lawbreakers. We just say there has to be due process. And not sure if my colleague needs any more time. If not, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
I would just interject real quick to just say, to clarify for the record for both colleagues on both sides of the aisle, that first of all, the CGS outlays go up. The actual outlays go up. This budget authority nonsense that we talk about in this town that obfuscates the truth. If you want to spend a lot of money, God bless you. Go to the American people, tell you want to spend a lot of money. But all my colleagues running around saying that they cut spending, we actually have an increase in the outlays. And this stuff about the FBI cuts, the 7% cut, it was almost entirely one building in Alabama, an earmark from Richard Shelby. Let's have an honest conversation about what's actually going on about the spending on law enforcement, but that's actually the truth. And that's what happens in this town. We sit around talking about funny money, but that's the truth about the actual spending. And the only other point that I would make, what we're talking about here, just to be clear for the average American watching at home, we're talking about individuals who come to our country and who are allowed into the United States, allowed to come to the border and make a claim. They make a claim under law saying, hey, I think I qualify for asylum, right? That's the theory. Or they come under some other color and they're paroled into the United States because of some blanket authority. We would argue and are arguing that it is a massive expansion of the authority that's supposed to be a case-by-case basis, and that those individuals who come here, released into the United States legitimately and illegitimately, 100% true that there's at least one of each of those categories. We think the illegitimate category is big. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle think the illegitimate category is small, but they have both of those categories. There's lots of people being released into the United States, but it is all under the theory that we're trying to help people. Hey, you might be running away from persecution for your religious or political beliefs, as our law says, you get a shot. Or we're paroling you in for some reason. Usually that's supposed to be that, hey, you're fighting cancer. We're gonna parole you into our country to be able to go get treatment. Not a mass parole in violation of case-by-case basis. Then layer on to that what we're talking about is, then they're here. Then they're accused of a crime. Right? And we're saying, well, we don't have a detainer on these individuals. And then suddenly they are accused of a crime. And we say, well, maybe these people should be detained at that point. We can have a debate about the specifics of that, but I just want everybody in the country to know the class of individuals that we're talking about. We're talking about people who come here and we're losing track of them. And we have ICE memos going out from this administration effectively saying, nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about putting detainers on these individuals. Don't use your ICE authority to go make sure that there are people who need to be detained that are detained. So we can just speak on the same common terms and acknowledge we just have disagreements about some of those aspects about who's legitimate and illegitimate in terms of being in the United States. Then at least maybe we could speak to actually accomplish an objective. All we're trying to do in the legislation is say, gosh, maybe we should make sure that the default should be if you're here as a guest in our country and we're giving you a path to be here for some reason out of the benevolence of our collective hearts, maybe, just maybe, if we think you're up to no good, the default position ought to be that we have a detainer on you for ICE so that we can track you, know what you're doing, and make sure that you're not up to worse no good. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, we've been over this ground time and again, but just to sum up, illegal aliens are already required to be detained. The Democrats simply refuse to do that. Illegal aliens are already required to be detained if they're charged with a variety of crimes, including those involving moral turpitude or drug-related offenses. This bill simply adds assault on a police officer to those existing grounds. In order to be arrested or charged, there's got to be probable cause to believe that the individual's committed a crime. The illegal immigrant can contest the detention before an immigration judge. They can have that order reversed if it's wrongly applied. Courts have consistently held that aliens are not accorded the legal rights of citizens. If they're guests in this country, they're required to behave accordingly. The reality is that the Democrats have deliberately admitted and released a population the size of the state of Missouri into our country over the last 3 years. And we know little or nothing about their backgrounds, and every day we see new reports of crimes committed by this population, not one of which should have happened, because not one of which should be at large on our streets. This week we're talking about Lake and Riley. Next week we'll be talking about another tragic incident, but it'll be the same tragic story. This question is ultimately in the hands of the American people. Elections have consequences. The 2020 elections had terrible consequences for innocent Americans across this country. We don't have to put up with this, but Congress can't fix it. The only way it can be fixed is by the American people at the ballot box. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Oh, personal amendment, I'm sorry. Question.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield to the gentlelady from Washington.
Gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just need to correct some facts. So the gentleman, my colleague, said that already it is true that if you're charged or arrested, that you are going to be detained mandatorily, but that is not accurate. Right now, any alien convicted of or who admits having committed acts which constitute the essential elements of a crime of moral turpitude, then you're subject to mandatory detention. So it's not accurate. I mean, what we're doing is we're expanding this to say it's not just that you are convicted, it is that even before you have had any kind of a process, you're going to be subject to mandatory detention. And here's the thing, like we have been talking about the fact that no administration has ever had the resources to mandatorily detain everybody. It's just not, it's not possible. And in fact, my Republican colleagues have consistently recently voted against providing more resources. It's not possible to mandatorily detain everyone, nor is it in our interest. I don't think we should start to say, it's a pretty slippery slope to say only these people are eligible for due process rights. And what we're saying here is that you don't even have to be convicted. That you could have gone through an entire, you could be going through an entirely wrongfully charged process and that you would still have to be mandatorily detained. So I think we just have to be clear about exactly what this is, and it's just important to just take a step back and remember that this bill makes it so that somebody who's arrested, never even charged with a crime, is now going to be subject to mandatory immigration detention, which, by the way, the taxpayers are paying for. So we're mandatorily detaining people and using taxpayer dollars for very expensive, by the way, so much of mandatory detention is done by private prison contractors. It's extremely expensive, and we want to mandatorily detain someone who hasn't even been charged? I mean, it just makes no sense. And so it's not, I think we just have to be accurate about what we're saying and not make it sound like this is already what is happening. No, right now, we require due process for people before they are mandatorily detained. And I think it's important that we're clear about that. This is a broad overreach, an expensive broad overreach that taxpayers are going to pay for, and it undermines due process right, fundamental due process rights. So who's next? Are we just going to decide that some people are eligible for due process rights and other people are not? I mean, isn't it appropriate that we would have people go through some sort of a process to make sure that they are actually charged and then convicted? I think the American people would be horrified by if they understood what this was, that it's not about trying to let people assault cops and get away with it. Of course not. Of course not. But let's have a process that respects due process rights, and let's not just give private prison companies tons of money to mandatorily detain, which, by the way, my Republican colleagues don't want to do that either. We don't have enough money to detain everybody. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Maryland yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Just addressing the gentleman from California's remarks, I think I agree in part and disagree in part. He said that Congress can't fix our broken immigration system, and the only way to address it is at the ballot box. I think he's right and he's wrong. He's wrong because Congress could fix it if Congress would pass legislation. And in fact, our colleagues in the Senate spent 4 months putting together a bipartisan bill, which was then killed by the former president and the refusal of House Republicans to take it up. But he's correct that the only way to fix this is going to be at the ballot box until we vote out the fools who won't address this issue in a realistic, compromise way, working with the people who are here. Then we have to change who's here. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Spartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? No. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the legislation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call being requested. The clerk will call the roll on final passage.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no.
I know, we got it. Kylie's in town.
He's not in town. He's at the event already. He should be absolutely good.
Fitzgerald. Is he already at the event?
No. Don't say event. Yeah, don't say event.
There's all kinds of events. Gentleman from Oregon?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Gentlelady from Texas?
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 9 noes.
The ayes have it, and the ayes have it, and the bill's ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we have had a series of initiatives on robbery. Now we have assault on a peace officer. And I just want to make it very clear as you all attempt to, when I say that, my Republican friends, Mr. Chairman, attempt to divide us amongst these issues of our first responders, of which we hold in the highest esteem. I want it to be very clear that there's not one member on this side of the aisle, and I'll speak generically, that has any more affection, any less affection for law enforcement and assuring their safety in the course of their work. But I think it is too many got you bills that gives the impression that we are not full supporters of law enforcement. I hope that we'll find, I know Mr. Ivey and I have legislation that deals with the responsible interaction with police, and many others may have that as well. Let us have those bills on the floor, in committee for markup. Let us provide more resources for law enforcement to do their job. Let us provide dollars to local law enforcement who have a backlog of cases. I'd love to be able to work with my colleagues. I'm getting ready to introduce a bill because I'm seeing it firsthand in my local jurisdiction, that they want to get backlog cases to be unbacklogged, but they don't have the personnel, they don't have the equipment, they don't have the technology. Why can't we work on that as opposed to a bill that is going nowhere and emphasizes that there is something different between Republicans and Democrats in our affection for law enforcement? They're in our families, they're in our communities, and I want it to be loud and clear. Let it reach all the way to Houston, Texas, and wherever our members represent, that there isn't a divide. But we want to have responsible legislation, not use law enforcement in immigration gimmicks. And you realize that to not have due process or to not have the right of a conviction for you to be detained, no matter what the issue is, you know that's right. You know we're right by arrest and a charge, and you're going to be detained. And there are many other ways of dealing with a violent criminal, many other ways that can be dealt with. And the only thing that we're attempting to do is to be just and fair, not to be against law enforcement, just and fair. So I'm challenging colleagues to find legislation that is going to help local law enforcement do their job. It's going to help federal law enforcement do their job. With that, the door is open, and I look forward to some member walking through the door as we work on legislation to truly help policing and law enforcement in this community. I will soon be introducing legislation that we have had to encounter before, and I want it to be perceived as helping law enforcement and also helping the system of justice. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, I appreciate the gentlelady's remarks. I think the gentlelady understands that Republicans are strong supporters of law enforcement. We're the party who actually wants to fund the police, not defund the police. So I appreciate her remarks. This concludes the committee's business for,
And we as well, Mr. Chairman.
this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.